This meeting, this is a hybrid meeting of the City Council. Members of the public view this meeting live on Channel 8, the city's website, and YouTube. Live Spanish translation services are provided for tonight's council meeting by telephone. Please dial 720-386-9023 and use code 104091.
Se ofrecen servicios de interpretación en español para esta reunión del Consejo Municipal por teléfono. Marque el número 720-386-9023 y utilice el código 104091 estrella.
Okay, I will now call the meeting to order and ask the clerk to do a roll call.
Mayor Douglas,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble,
Present.
Councilmember Madera, Councilmember Teeter,
Present.
Councilmember Chacon,
Present.
Councilmember Kim, Councilmember Dukes,
Present.
Councilmember Ford,
Here.
Councilmember Douglas.
Present.
Mayor Douglas, you have a quorum.
Thank you. I need a motion and a second to excuse the members not present. Councilmember Ford,
So move.
Councilmember Douglas.
Second, please.
All right. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. Motion carries 7-2 with 2 absent. Okay, please join me in a moment of silence followed by a pledge of allegiance. And former council member Orville Lewis passed away a week ago Friday. So please keep the Lewis families in your prayer. Thank you. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. All right, motion to adopt agenda. Do any council member wish to amend the agenda? I need a motion and a second to adopt the agenda as present. Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
So moved.
Councilmember Douglas?
I'll second that, please.
Okay, got a first and a second. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. Okay, motion passes 7 with 2 unexcused absences. With excused absence, not unexcused. Okay, public comments. Public comments, except for those on public hearings, will occur now. Persons registered to speak for multiple items may speak multiple times. Council members may address council members may address public comments during administrative business. Will the city clerk call any virtual or in-person speakers, please?
Thank you, Mayor Douglas. Our first virtual speaker tonight is Clemmy Hill. Clemmy, if you're in the Zoom meeting, you can use the raise hand function in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. Mayor Douglas, I do not see Clemmy in the meeting. We'll move on to our in-person speakers. The first in-person speaker we have tonight is Jackie Valdez. I believe she's making her way through security now, so we can move on to our speaker and come back for Jackie. Mayor Douglas, which our second and last person to speak tonight is going to be Renee Bullock.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. My
Evening.
name is Renee Bullock. I live at 6130 Ivanhoe Street, Commerce City, Colorado. I'm the Executive Director of the Commerce City Chamber of Commerce. I come tonight to comment on comments that were made on your study session on April 22nd, when one of your council members, Craig Kim, said that we have a crummy relationship with the chamber. Well, I don't know where he got that from. Councilman Kim has been to 2 meetings and 1 other session, so I would not know where he would feel that we have a crummy relationship. As a matter of fact, we have a great relationship with the city. I meet regularly with city officials. Just last week, we met with Jason Dennison and Stuart Meeks, and we talked over different things on economic development, different companies that I knew that were trying to get in touch with the city, different issues that were going on with the city that they come to the chamber with instead of to the city, and I can filter it through to you. And I have a great relationship with Jason Rogers. I meet with him regularly. So I don't understand where he had this notion that we had a crummy relationship. All I want to say to council here is the relationship between the chamber and the city is great. It's not good, because good is the enemy of great. We have a great relationship. As a matter of fact, two of the councilmen sitting up there are chamber members. Rocky Teeter was just on the committee, event committee for our Derby event. Sean Ford came to the Derby event. We, both of them come to the meetings because both of them are chamber members and they're on the board. So I would have him reevaluate his relationship with the chamber, not the city's relationship with the chamber, because the city and the chamber's relationship is very well. And do you have any questions for me in regards to this issue?
Well, thank you for bringing that forward. I'll ask Councilmember Craig exactly to clarify that, to see where his thoughts are, so.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Douglas. Our last speaker tonight is Jackie Valdez.
Good evening, council.
Evening.
Let me take a breath here. One of the agendas tonight that I wanted to discuss was the fact that we still have not gotten any results for 68th and Colorado Boulevard on the large vehicles coming through. It has actually picked up. It's not gotten any better. As of this morning, I was leaving to take care of some business and went down 68 to Brighton Boulevard to take a ride on Brighton Boulevard to go down underneath the viaduct. When I got there to 68th and Brighton Boulevard, the road was so packed full of semis, you could not even see past those semis. There was 5 of them sitting on the right-hand side of the road waiting to get in to the roofing company sitting there. I couldn't see taking a right, so I knew that whoever was going to cross to the fork was not going to be able to see. So I kind of edged out as much as I possibly could, made sure that there was no cars coming from the left, and took a prayer. Well, as I turned down, I get down, and by the post office, Adams City Post Office, there's sitting another semi there. So there was a total of 6 semis sitting there. This company is, their drivers are coming up and down 68th with the semis all hours of the night. It's not just during the day. It's not just at school zone time. We're talking 1, 2 in the morning. We're talking at midnight. We're talking 10, 11 o'clock at night. I mean, it's bad enough that we have the asphalt, the concrete, the semis that are delivering on the west side of Colorado Boulevard, but now we're dealing with 68th and Brighton Boulevard. And because of all this traffic, and I have mentioned this to Public Works about this before, our roads are getting so bad over there with potholes, it's unbelievable. I'm coming home this afternoon, I'm on Brighton Boulevard, and just as I pass the fork of Brighton Boulevard and Colorado Boulevard interchange, I get to 64th. There's a big semi coming southbound, I'm going northbound. There's big potholes on the right-hand side. Now, it was to either hit those big potholes and take the chance of losing control of my car, maybe even flipping myself. And I was only doing 23 miles an hour, and the semi's coming down, and he's flying. He's one of the crude haulers. And he left me no room. I mean, I'm trying to keep from hitting those potholes, and I'm like on my edge of the yellow line, and he's on the yellow line. And I'm praying as I'm going past, thinking, oh, Lord, please don't let him suck me under, or please don't let him lose control, or please don't let me lose control. So those roads have gotten so bad, and those potholes have gotten so bad, including the ones that were on the fork, it's unreal. We need to do something in that area, and we need to do it now before somebody seriously gets hurt or killed. So that's all I'm asking is that, you know what? I'm hearing it's nothing but CDOT, 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 CDOT. Well, you know what? Somebody needs to get a hold of CDOT and have CDOT out there and have those roads taken care of before somebody gets seriously hurt.
I appreciate that. We did have
Thank you.
some talks about that, about 64th and then Old Mill Road. And I had asked about it, was that the city's responsibility as far as when we had our maintenance contract for asphalt, concrete, flat work, and then the hot drip to fill the cracks. So it came down to CDOT is responsible for that, but
Well, there's no parking for these semis on the side of that, right on the northbound side of the road.
yeah.
There is no, I mean, the southbound, going southbound, on this side, there's no parking there. And the semis are parking there. They've been doing it for a while, you know, but I've encountered like 2 of them sitting there, you know, and one sitting a little further up. But now there was 5 today, plus there was the one that was further up that was blocking the driveway to go into the post office. Post office wasn't open yet, but it's still the matter is that if they're blocking traffic,
So when
they're
you
out in the middle of the road.
So when you see that, you should call it into the police.
Okay, no disrespect to the police department, but when you call, you ain't never gonna get them there.
Well, at least
You
it'll
know,
go, at least it'll go on
mean-
record, and they could, it all depends on the priority of the call. If there's an accident, they're gonna be there sooner, but if it's just, you know, you're updated and letting them know, and that right there will also go on record. So it's not necessarily them getting in there on a timely basis, it's just that they've been notified so they can keep track of that.
Okay, well,
So-
they're notified now, so,
Appreciate that.
and, you know, I mean, I can make the call, but, you know, I mean, from what I've been told from the police department is we're understaffed, and we don't have the resources to have them out there on a quick basis, you know, and I get that. I fully understand these officers are overworked, you know, we're understaffed. I totally get that, you know, but in certain circumstances like this, where those trucking companies are blocking the roads, now we've got a serious problem. It's bad enough that they're going up and down the roads that they shouldn't be on, but to block the roads to where you are not, that is unsafe, literally unsafe to pass, that's when we've got a problem.
I appreciate that.
Thank you.
We just met, someone else wants, Councilmember Douglas?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Valdez, for coming forward once again and keeping this on our radar. I've noticed that there are like 3 or 4 new businesses over there.
Yes,
in
yes, I
addition
noticed
to
that too.
everything else. I do want you to know that this topic was, 68 specifically, was on a study session a couple weeks ago. So we are looking at this, but just keep on coming in so that this is a priority for us.
Well, like I said, I was very concerned about those potholes and that semi flying down through there, you know, and me not having nowhere to go, because I couldn't center myself, you know, was to go off into the ditch area, the dirt area, and lose control of the car, or hit those potholes, which they are so large that I would have completely damaged my vehicle, if not maybe lost control of it, rolled it, or hit the semi in the process of it, you know, and he was going so fast, I didn't know, I mean, I was really at a point where I didn't know what to do. You know, and so with them being that big and as much rain has been coming, you know, and as much of the roads have been washed out over there, this is a serious situation that has to be addressed immediately with CDOT. They cannot play around. I mentioned this to Sean over a month ago about the one on the fork and how bad it was. Now it's gotten 3 times worse. So you're like having to go off to the left in order to go around it just to get onto the fork. So, and there's a lot of truckers that are still using that, a lot of them. Thank you.
Thank you, I appreciate your time. City Clerk, is that it?
That concludes our public comment tonight, Mayor.
Thank you. All right, members of the public were able to submit written comments online by mail. Written comments were not received by the deadline. If follow-up is necessary, you should expect to be contacted by a staff member. Okay, on to executive session. Tonight, we have 4 executive session. I will ask for a vote for each of them separately. Okay, the first one, I need a motion and second to enter executive session, City Council Commerce City pursuant to CRS Section 246, 402, previously 4, F and I, for discussion of personal matters, specifically to conduct a formalized session to establish performance standards in the manner of performance evaluation of the city manager. City attorney, sorry. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Teeter?
No discussion, I was just going to make the motion
Okay,
to approve.
all right. Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Mayor Douglas, we need a second.
We need a second, yes.
Oh, my fault. On here, it doesn't say that, so skipped it. Okay, sorry. Need a second? Councilmember Chacon?
Second.
Okay, I apologize for that. All right, got a first and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Motion passes 7 with 2 excused absences. Okay, next one, I need a motion and a second to enter an executive session in the City Council, Commerce City pursuant to CRS Section 246, 402, purposely 4 F and I for discussion of personal matters, specifically to discuss performance standards of the city manager. Is there any discussion? Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
No, I move to enter into executive session on this matter.
Okay. Councilmember Teeter?
Second the motion.
Okay, got a first and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Motion passes 7 with 2 excused absences. Next one, I need a motion and a second to enter executive session, City Council, Commerce City pursuant to CRS 246-402-4, parentheses A, for the purpose of discussing the lease in real property located at Adams Tower Building at 7190 Colorado Boulevard, subsection E, for the purpose of determining positions subject to negotiations and instructing negotiators with regards to the same. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Noble?
I make a motion to enter into executive session on this matter.
Okay. Councilmember Chacon?
I second.
All right, got a first and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Motion passes 7 with 2 excused absences. All right, and the last one, I need a motion and a second to enter executive session. City Council of Commerce City pursuant to CRS 246-402, parentheses 4 and A, for the purpose of discussing the lease of real property located at 12253 East 104th Place, subsection E, for the purpose of determining positions subject to negotiation, instructing negotiators with regards to the same. Is there any discussion? Need a motion? Okay,
I
Councilmember
move
Teeter?
Okay.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem? Mayor Pro Tem?
I'll second.
Okay, got a first and a second. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion passes 7 with 2 excused absences. We will now enter executive session. Council will return from the executive session to take action. The meeting broadcast and recording will remain up. The executive session are estimated to last approximately an hour and a half, or maybe sooner. All right, thank you, everybody, for your patience. It went a little longer than anticipated, so I appreciate you guys just patient. So tonight, proclamations, we have several proclamations on the agenda tonight. After all the proclamations have been read, City Council will take a 5-minute recess and take pictures for those who had a presence with the proclamation. So first one is Kids to Park Day. Tonight's first proclamation is Kids to Park Day. Will the city clerk please read the proclamation?
Whereas May 18th, 2024 is the 14th Annual Kids to Park Day organized and launched by the National Park Trust, held annually on the third Saturday of May, and whereas Kids to Park Day empowers kids and encourages families to get outdoors and visit America's parks, and whereas we should encourage children to lead a more active lifestyle to combat the issues of childhood obesity, diabetes, mellitus, hypertension, and hypercholesterolemia, and whereas Commerce City is a Generation Wild community working to create incredible places for outdoor programs for all ages and abilities, and whereas Commerce City is home to the nation's largest urban wildlife refuge, which boasts more than 330 animal species, hiking and walking trails, self-guided tours, and breathtaking views of the Front Range, and whereas Commerce City has more than 25 miles of trails and 840 acres of open and park space residents can enjoy, and whereas Kids to Park Day is open to all children and adults across the country to encourage a large and diverse group of participants. Now therefore be it resolved that the City Council of Commerce City proclaims May 18th, 2024 as Kids to Parks Day and urges residents to make time to take children in their lives to a neighborhood, state, or national park this month.
Thank you. Need a motion and a second to approve the proclamation? Councilmember Ford.
I'll move approval of the proclamation as read.
Okay. Councilmember Teeter.
Second motion.
All right, a first and a second, is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Passes 6, 2 excuse absence, and 1. All right. Next up, Public Works. Next proclamation is Public Work Week. We'll invite, he's here already. Lars Edson, Public Works Director, to read this proclamation. Thank you.
Thank you. Whereas public works service provided in our community are an integral part of our citizens' everyday lives, and whereas it is the public interest for the citizens, civic leaders, and children in Commerce City to gain knowledge and maintain ongoing interest and understanding of the importance of public works, first responders, and public works programs in their respective communities, and whereas the support of understanding and informed citizen is vital to the efficient operation of public works systems and programs such as streets, roads, bridges, drainage, public buildings, fleet, public transportation, and solid waste and recycling management. And whereas the health, safety, and comfort of the community greatly depends on these facilities and services, and whereas the quality and effectiveness of this infrastructure, as well as the associated planning, design, and construction are vitally dependent upon the efforts and skill of public works staff, and whereas the efficiency of the qualified and dedicated Public Works Department personnel is materially influenced by their attitude and understanding of the importance of the work that they perform. Now therefore be it resolved that the City Council of Commerce City proclaims the week of May 19th through May 25th, 2024 as National Public Works Week in Commerce City.
Thank you. I need a motion and second to approve the proclamation. Councilmember Ford.
I'll move approval of the Public Works Week proclamation.
Okay, Councilmember Teeter.
Second the motion.
Okay, I have a first and a second in discussion. All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Motion passes 7 with 2 unexcused absences. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, National Nurse Week, next proclamation. Invite the city clerk to read the proclamation.
Whereas registered nurses in the United States constitute our nation's largest healthcare profession, and whereas professional nursing is an indispensable component of the safety and quality of care of hospitalized and non-hospitalized patients, and whereas the demand for registered nursing services will be greater than ever because of the aging of the American population, the continuing expansion of life-sustaining technologies, and the explosive growth of home healthcare services, and whereas more qualified registered nurses are needed in the future to meet the increasingly complex needs of healthcare consumers in this community, community, and whereas the cost-effective, safe, and high-quality healthcare services provided by registered nurses will be an increasingly important component of the United States healthcare delivery system in the future. Now, therefore, the City Council of Commerce City do hereby proclaim May 6th through May 12th, 2024 as National Nurses Week with the theme Nurses Make a Difference, with appreciation for nurses' unparalleled impact during the pandemic and their contributions to healthcare, and an open invitation to hashtag Nurses Light Up the Sky for enriching our lives and the world we live in.
Thank you. Need a motion and a second to approve the proclamation? Councilmember Douglas?
Move to approve the proclamation.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
I'll second that.
All right, got a first and a second. All those in favor say aye. I'm sorry. Is there any discussion? Sorry. We're rushing this. All right, seeing no discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Motion passes 7 with 2 excused absences. Okay, next proclamation is Teacher Appreciation Week. I'll invite the city clerk to read the proclamation.
Whereas teachers are the bridges of knowledge from one generation to the next, and whereas the teachers in our public schools reach out to every student regardless of race, religion, country of national origin, family background, physical or mental abilities, or social or economic disadvantage, and whereas teachers provide opportunities that help prepare students for demands of higher education in the changing workplace environment, and whereas teachers preserve and support our democratic way of life by helping students understand the principles that built this nation and how those freedoms served as a hope for people around the world, and whereas teachers encourage and propel our young people to reach for achievements in the highest quality and challenges students to become lifelong learners, and whereas most teachers perform this great service to society in relative obscurity, often through much personal sacrifice and limited recognition. Now therefore be it resolved that the City Council of Commerce City hereby declares the week of May 6th through 10th, 2024 as Teacher Appreciation Week in Commerce City, and encourages all residents to honor teachers who represent an investment in excellence in the future of our community.
All right, thank you. I need a motion and a second to approve the proclamation. Councilmember Chacon?
A motion to approve.
Okay, Councilmember Dukes?
Second.
All right, got a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Motion passes 7 with 2 excused absences. Next is Public Service Recognition Week, and I invite the city clerk to read this proclamation.
Whereas Americans are served every single day by public servants at the federal, state, county, and city levels, these unsung heroes do the work that keeps our nation working. Their tireless efforts are especially critical today during the COVID-19 pandemic. And whereas public employees take not only jobs but oaths, and whereas public servants include administrative assistants, technicians, analysts, coordinators, specialists, inspectors, planners, clerks, supervisors, managers, auditors, accountants, engineers, and countless other occupations in operations, human resources, finance, information technology, engineering, community development, public works, parks and recreation, administration, and whereas day in and day out, public servants provide the diverse services demanded by the American people of their government with efficiency and integrity, and whereas without these public servants at every level, continuity would be impossible in a democracy that regularly changes its leaders and elected officials. Now therefore be it resolved that the City Council of Commerce City hereby declares the week of May 5th through 11th, 2024 as Public Service Recognition Week in Commerce City, and encourages all residents to recognize the accomplishments and contributions of government employees at all levels, federal, state, county, and city.
All right. It's been read. I need a motion and a second to approve this proclamation. Councilmember Chacon?
I make a motion to approve.
Councilmember Teeter?
Second the motion.
Okay, any discussion? I would like to say, I'm sorry we took so long with our executive session and didn't speak up when his Public Works proclamation was read, but I appreciate all the city workers, all the work you guys do. And being here this time of the night and waiting for us to have this, that's really important to me. I really appreciate that. That shows your dedication. We didn't get here till 5:30 or so our evening started where your day started a long time ago. So I do appreciate what you guys do and the service that you provide to all our citizens. Because without you, we don't have a city. You guys are the worker bees, so I really appreciate that. Councilmember Ford.
Thanks, Mayor. I too wanted to bring up a few things. First of all, to the proclamation that we're getting ready to vote on, I want to thank all of our public servants for everything you do every day to take care of our community and look after public safety, whether it's roads, HR, everything you do is what helps make this city grow into a good, caring community that we want to be. But I do want to do a shout out to the Public Works Department. I started with Commerce City Public Works in 1990 and worked for Public Works till 99. And then I left my position in Public Works to run for office of City Council. And I know exactly what you guys do every day. I want you to know that a lot of times being in that position, you don't think that the people up here realize your day-to-day. I did it for 10 years. I know what you do, and I appreciate what you do, because a lot of times you go unseen, unnoticed, but if you're not doing your job, then people are unhappy because their drains are clogged, their roads, their potholes aren't patched, all those type of things. So a special shout out to Public Works tonight.
Councilmember Dukes?
Just to echo some of the comments for public service as well as for public works. And for public service, I just wanted to say thank you for the thoughtfulness, the late hours, the long work, the problem solving, the things that you do that are behind the scenes. And just to echo Councilmember Ford around public works, and we can't have a quality community without you all. We can't have access to opportunities without the work that you do. And it is often when things don't go right, you get called on, but you should be called on more when things are happening and things are such amazing for across our city. So thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
I'm just going to say ditto because I don't want any of you to have to stay any longer than you need to tonight. Thank you for everything.
Councilmember Douglas?
Ditto as well. Can't thank you all enough. And I also want to mention that we recognize teachers and nurses tonight. I have teachers and nurses in my family, and the former Mayor Pro Tem sat here many long nights, and the following day she had to be at work at 6 as a nurse. And she did that faithfully. And so I just wanted to recognize her as well as the other people. I see those people as public servants as well. And so they are the backbone of what makes this nation work. Thank you.
Thank you. And I probably would hear this later on, but we have 2 daughters that are teachers, and we know what they go through on a daily basis. So make sure I recognize teachers as well, those in our family. So thank you very much, everyone, for sticking around. And once we're done the proclamation, we're going to take pictures. Okay, anybody else? All right. Okay, got a first and a second. Okay, pardon me. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Okay, it passes 7 with 2 excused absences. Next, Mental Health Awareness Month. I invite Councilmember Douglas to read the proclamation.
All right, thank you. I'm deeply honored to read this proclamation. Whereas in the United States, 1 in 5 women suffer from a pregnancy-related mental health disorder, which can occur anytime during pregnancy and well beyond 1 year postpartum, making perinatal mental health conditions the most excuse me, I'm getting reflections off the glass here. I should have asked for a paper copy. Common complications of pregnancy, and 75% never get care. Whereas the United States ranks highest among industrialized nations, maternal mortality with perinatal mental health, PMH, conditions being one of the leading causes of mortality. With regards to morbidity and mortality, rates among the Black and Native American birthing populations are even higher. Whereas causes of the preventable deaths include inadequate screening and referral protocols, sociocultural factors, lack of community-based care, and too many maternal care deserts across the country. Causes also include the intense shame that can deter mothers from seeking help. Whereas employment, income, housing, food security, and transportation are closely linked to the health and wellness and can magnify perinatal mental health conditions, or in fact be the exact barriers to obtaining adequate treatment. Whereas Commerce City must maintain its efforts to maximize health to pregnancy for our residents, including but not limited to preventing smoking, improving access to physical and nutritional wellness, improving economic outcomes for women, expanding and increasing family-friendly workplace policies, supporting childcare industry recovery, reducing sexually transmitted diseases, reducing domestic violence, and reducing gun violence, and reducing housing insecurity and homelessness. Now therefore be it resolved that Mayor Douglas, on behalf of the City Council of Commerce City, hereby declares May 2024 as Maternal Mental Health Awareness Month in Commerce City, and acknowledges that healthy parents lead to healthy children and families, which in turn leads to healthy cities and our future residents. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, need a motion and a second to approve the proclamation. Councilmember Chacon?
I make a motion to approve.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
I second that.
All right, got a first and a second. Any discussion? Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Motion passes 7 with 2 excused absences. Okay, next is Missing and Murdered Indigenous Persons Awareness Day. I'll invite Councilmember Chacon to read the proclamation.
I normally don't do this, but Clasukamati Ometo, Clasukamati Atatonati, Clasukamati Tonantinkleli, Clasukamati Abuelitos, Abuelitas, and all the ones that came before and all the little ones to come. We do live on the land of the Ute, the Cheyenne, the Arapaho, the Shoshone, the Kiowa, and 48 tribes that still live and travel through this space. This one is very personal. I have buried my sister this way. It's why I'm very much involved in the initiative. So the City of Commerce City, Colorado's proclamation is, whereas Indigenous people are at a disproportionate risk of experiencing violence, murder, and going missing, and make up a significant portion of the missing and murdered cases reported to the Colorado Division of Criminal Justice, and whereas on this Missing and Murdered Indigenous Persons Awareness Day, which was yesterday nationally, we reaffirm our commitment to honor the lives of murdered and missing Indigenous persons, particularly women, girls, and two-spirit individuals, queer identity individuals, and continue to shine a light on egregious and unconscionable treatment towards and against Indigenous people. Whereas more than 4 out of 5 Indigenous people have experienced violence in their lifetime, including more than half who have experienced sexual violence. And whereas as many as 85% of Indigenous two-spirit individuals who fulfill one of many mixed gender roles traditionally found in many Indigenous groups have been a victim of violence and erasure. And whereas many Indigenous people continue to experience systemic and individual discrimination, and Indigenous women, girls, two-spirit individuals, and queer identities experience highly disproportionate levels of life-threatening and gender-based violence, trauma, and exploitation. And whereas surrounding Indigenous nations continue to experience the loss of loved ones, we stand in solidarity with the families in Colorado and across Canada and the United States and what we call Turtle Island, who have missing and murdered family members. And now, therefore, it is resolved. I also, if anyone is interested or would like to know about how to help nationally, please visit the Urban Indian Health Institute.
Thank you. Appreciate that. All right, need a motion and a second to approve the proclamation. Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
So moved.
Councilmember Douglas?
I'll second that, please.
Okay, first and a second. Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Motion passes 7 with 2 excused absences. All right, now we'll take a 5-minute recess and council come up front, take pictures.
Are we taking with us?
No disrespect, Charles.
Is there another one?
Yeah. Or you can wait till done.
Mr. Mayor, are you taking a break right now, or could I make a quick announcement?
Oh, yeah, go ahead. I thought you wanted to hear what Councilmember.
We'll wait. Okay. Thank you.
What are we doing? We taking a break or what?
I think we're
Jump in, Jax?
yeah.
Nope, you don't get out.
Mr. Mayor, just a quick announcement. I want to introduce you all to, you already know her, Jenna Hahn is our new Deputy Director of Public Works. She is the first female Deputy Director of Public Works in Commerce City's history. So
Oh,
congratulations.
Well, thank you for that. This was very unexpected. Thanks, Jeff. But I look forward to working with you all in my new capacity. It's been a wonderful 5 years with the city manager's office, and I'm excited to be part of the new team and lead the department forward. So
Thank you.
see you around plenty more.
All right. Appreciate that. All right, now we're on to Youth Commission Annual Update. Tonight's first presentation is the Youth Commission Annual Update. I invite Martin Walsh, PRG Superintendent, to make a presentation.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of City Council. My name is Marty Walsh, Recreation Superintendent at Bison Ridge Recreation Center, and I'd like to introduce two members of the Youth Commission for their annual presentation. Aaliyah Acevedo is the chair of the Youth Commission and is a junior at Adams City High School. She's been involved in the Youth Commission for the last 3.5 years. And we also have Megan Pham, who is the vice chair of the Youth Commission and is a senior at the Denver School of the Arts. She's been involved in the Youth Commission for the last 4 years, and they will be updating you tonight on the Youth Commission's accomplishments over the past year. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, good evening.
Hello.
Alrighty. Currently, we have 21 members on the commission, with 4 adult members, including the council members on board, which are Council Member Kim and Council Member Douglas. And we have 2 other adult members and then 17 students. So the Youth Commission has both adult members and student members between the ages of 13 and 19 years. Those members consist of youth around Commerce City or people who come to school here in Commerce City. We meet the first Thursday of the month at Eagle Point Recreation Center in the teen room at 6:30 p.m. And we meet on the third Thursday of the month as a subcommittee over Zoom. Currently, we only have one subcommittee, and that is the Kickstart to Adulthood Conference Committee, where we are currently planning our fall conference for the first time in a couple years. Our duties and actions here in the city are to advise City Council on youth matters, community service projects, volunteer, advise PRG on future programming and activities, professional development and team bonding activities, and learning Robert's Rules of Orders as youth.
So our 2023 and 2024 goals consist of our first goal, which is by June 2024, the Youth Commission will volunteer 6 times for different events or organizations, as well as complete 2 service learning projects. And some of the volunteer events that we've volunteered at are the Fall Fest, Project Present wrapping events, Syria with Santa, tree lighting, Daddy-Daughter Dance, and the Earth Day event, and all of these combine to a total of 82 volunteering hours. Continuing our first goal, some of the other 2024 service projects that we have done is the Teddy Bear Drive, which we have collected 150 plus from the community to donate to the Commerce City Police Department to give to children in traumatic experiences. We've also hosted craft tables for attendees at the Earth Day event for a 2nd year in a row, and we helped to make reusable grocery bags. Our second goal is by June 2024, the Youth Commission will hear from a guest speaker each month to learn more about resumes, college applications, public speaking, and different careers, as well as attend a cultural arts event. Some of the guest speakers that we've had every month, for example, is from the CCPD through the Explorer program. Another one has been the medical physics at the CU Anschutz Medical Campus, and another one has been, in March, a professional hacker.
Along with that second goal, we're planning on going to cultural arts events. We recently voted on this on our last meeting, and we decided to attend the Lightning Thief Percy Jackson musical at Aurora Cultural Arts District, but we had the opportunity to either attend the Layman Trilogy at Killstorm Theater or the Virgil Ortiz Revolt at the History of Colorado Center. And then our last and final goal was by June of 2024, making sure that the Youth Commission had started planning and marketing the 2024 Youth Conference with the hopes of having 100 attendees. And again, that is the Kickstart to Adulthood Conference, which meets, those third Thursdays of the month. We are making really wonderful progress right now. We have a grant, which we are very excited to use, and we are in the stages of planning that conference.
Some of our other accomplishments have been, we have filled 7 vacancies since May 2023. We have updated the Youth Commission bylaws. We have created SMARTY goals for the 2023-2024 school year. We have also approved the 2024 budget. We've transitioned the Youth Commission over to the Youth Services Division under the PRG, and we have also planned our first youth conference. Questions?
Thank you for the presentation. I appreciate that. Council members have any questions? Councilmember Douglas?
I don't have any questions, but I have comments. I have the pleasure of being council liaison since I got elected, and it's been 3 years, and I hope to continue in that role. Megan and Aaliyah, you are the shining examples of Commerce City's future. And I'm just so humbled to serve by your side and just being there to encourage you and watch you grow and do all the amazing things that you've done. Megan, I know that you followed in your brother's footsteps, and I remember meeting your brother for the first time and encouraging him to interview for the Youth Commission, and he did. And now here you are. And I just can't say enough good things about you. I want you to know that the council has invited you all to join us for the Memorial Day Parade and be with us at the head of the parade. You can walk with us or you can be on the float. And we're so proud of the fact that we have you, and we want to show Commerce City what they have in store for them in the future. So, like I said, I can't help gloating about all of you, and especially how we've grown. It's just amazing. It's something I never expected. I, at one time, thought that maybe the Youth Commission wasn't going to make it. And Aaliyah, you helped resurrect it. And since then, we've had so many young people interview for positions, and it's yeah, just amazing. So again, it's been a pleasure to serve with you. This was a fantastic presentation, and I hope to see you on Memorial Day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Dukes.
Thank you, Mayor. Just thank you for the amazing presentation and taking the time. I know it's probably finals week right now, or getting down to the end of the year. And just to know, you know, your voice matters, and any major change in society has started with the youth. And so I want to encourage you to keep using your voice, keep bringing people together, and I look forward to what happens next, what happens for your career and what happens for your next steps to college and everything there. But hopefully you stay in Commerce City and you run for office at some point, right? That's the hope. So thanks.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mayor Tim Noble. Councilmember.
Thank you so much. I am just thrilled to have heard all that you've accomplished. I've had the great pleasure of interviewing so many of you on the boards and commissions committees, so that's been great. The youth in Commerce City are absolutely awesome, and you two exemplify that. I know how much Councilmember Douglas and Councilmember Kim love being on the Youth Commission, and what I would love to see you do is let us know what you need from us also. And if you have ideas, policy ideas, that we can consider that would make a difference in Commerce City for the youth and for Commerce City residents in general, please bring them forward. Don't be shy about doing that kind of stuff. I know you guys think along those lines. I've heard you. So thank you very much. Really appreciate tonight.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. There's a couple of times I dropped in on you guys just to peek in to see what you guys are doing, what you're up to. And so I do love the passion, and looking at presentation and how many youth are participating. I think that's great. So I know, looks like we're down 3, and I think 3 are coming on. So yes, just keep up the energy. Appreciate that.
Thank you so much.
Thank you guys for your time.
Thank you.
All right, next is the oil and gas monthly update. I invite Dr. Mary Russo, Sustainability Manager, to make a presentation. Thank you.
Sorry, that's not the one I needed. Okay, good evening. Originally, this presentation was scheduled for April, and so it was a lot about the hearings that were upcoming in case anyone wanted to testify. And so it'll be a slightly different presentation because a lot of the air bills were replaced last week by Senate Bill 229 and 230. It's what they were calling the Great Compromise. And I'll give you some more details as we go into it. But the one bill that was the most related to Commerce City was the GEMS bill. So that bill was really about having recalcitrant companies not being allowed to trade. So that bill did not pass out of the committee. The important part of that bill was it was trying to align the air pollution bills with the Environmental Justice Act. And the intent of that act was 60% of all the air pollution fines were supposed to go back to the communities that were being impacted. So that's why we were working so closely with this bill. But again, it was replaced by Senate Bill 229 and 230, and what those two bills do were it's going to levy a fee against oil and gas production. And I'll give you some more details when we get to the oil and gas section, but again, this is a moot at this point. So switching gears a little bit to Suncor, so tonight I have 3 different reporting periods for Suncor. So this is January 15th through April 15th reports. They had 11 different events and 30 different violations. So this is on the website and it's in the weekly reports if you want more details. So I'm starting with the latest exceedances. You could see some of them are double the amount that they're allowed to emit, and one of them is 6 times as much for hydrogen sulfide. So again, we have hydrogen sulfide emissions, sulfur dioxide emissions, again, hydrogen, flare gas, and then the last ones are water and a soil exceedance. So with the water, there was a exceedance of benzene above the limit, but that was just in the interior. So there's an interior outfall and exterior outfall, and the exterior outfall was tested the next day, and it was within their permit limits. The other exceedance, the last one listed, that was a hazardous waste that was released onto the soil. And so basically anything over 16 ounces has to be reported, and they had over 5,000 ounces. So going to oil and gas. So again, there was 2 bills that were introduced last week. They're expected to generate $140 million. 80% of it will go to transportation, and the remainder will go to the Colorado Parks and Wildlife to be used for habitat that gets impacted by oil and gas production. The other bill that was heard this morning was about forced pooling, and I think that our city attorney might have updated you about this, but basically the rule is to exempt local governments from going into forced pooling. It also allows people that do not sign, parties that do not sign a lease to protest. And then originally, the way the bill was written is that the ECMC would have till 2025 to develop rules about resolving any protests, but they extended that this morning for another year till 2026. So that's all I have for tonight, but I'm happy to answer questions.
Council have questions? Dr. Russo? Councilmember Chacon?
Thank you, Dr. Russo. And yes, now the great compromise. We'll see how far that goes.
I don't know if it's it is a compromise.
It's a compromise, yeah. I don't know if it's great. I'm concerned still about equity issues and about the cooling off period that was promised within that from NGOs. So just to make people aware, I believe there's supposed to be a 3-year cooling off period for CBOs and NGOs that signed on with that bill to not bring any legislative action moving forward, which is concerning to me on record because that is past Polis's administration and we don't know what the next election of any constituency is gonna have, much less to know what their legislative issues will be. So I don't know as a body how we can react to that, but I just feel that that's an overreach where community cannot actually be involved, bringing anything, because this finally got, especially for, again, equity issues for air quality, finally to a space that we can have state law be in compliance with federal regulations, hopefully. But now to have a cooling off period can set us back a lot. That being said, I didn't veto the bill as our org while we were involved in that space, but I am concerned how that can harm our city going forward as a DIC. Do you see anything coming down the pike for next year? Legislative session, funding potentially, things like that?
Well, I think that alignment with the EJ bill was so important because, that last fine that Suncor got was only 8% of what they could have got. And if 60% is going back to impacted communities, we received a lot less money than we could have. And so I would like to see some version of that bill introduced again next legislative session. I think Weissman did a fine job. That's just my personal opinion, not the city's opinion. But, Suncor made $2 billion in 1 quarter, and so 2.5 million on $8 billion is not a lot.
And that was just to update their electrical system that they were already out of compliance. So it didn't do anything for the actual community winning that lawsuit. So that's why that bill would have been truly key. I think I was quoted by one lawyer that it could potentially have been 54 million had this bill had already been passed, and that would have been very different for how our city would move forward. Is there anything that we can support going forward? Coalition building, city-to-city discussions, things like that?
Well, there will be a meeting on May 23rd, 10 to 2, about environmental justice, and that's bringing the nonprofits together. It's at Eagle Point, and so I'm part of that steering committee. And so, that would be a great meeting for council to attend. And I'll send that out. It's up on the website, I believe, but just to make sure everyone has it. So it's all the groups. There was a meeting maybe 6 months ago, and it's sort of that continuation of that meeting of all the nonprofits and academic institutions and local governments to talk about how we work together.
And just to go back to the Suncor exceedances, so they've had how many exceedances in the last?
So there were 11 events and 30 exceedances. So sometimes an event, if their permit is 12 hours and it goes on for 3 days, that's different permit exceedances. So 30 total in the reporting period.
And the worst was 6 times the limit of sulfur dioxide, I believe?
I think that one was hydrogen sulfide.
Oh,
but
hydrogen
yeah.
sulfide. Okay. What can we do about the exceedances now? Or is it still meeting with Suncor, or how can we address to where it's like, this is, again, why it feels that you're not building trust with community, having this type of, or is that a city question? Yeah, is that a city manager question? Sorry.
Can you repeat that question one more time, ma'am?
With that many exceedances and one being so drastic, what else can we do other than just having just discussions with Suncor? I feel like there needs to still be a community forum because the exceedances are still happening. Legislation is very slow, but community is feeling less and less of an ability to engage or have a platform.
That's a great question, ma'am. Thank you for that. It's one of those where the relationships with the state and the EPA are one I think that take a more prominent role in the discussion around the exceedances. And, in the past, we have prepared, letters on behalf of the council, which have been delivered to the state and to the EPA, which has led to some form of engaged communication at the staff level of how CDPHE and or the EPA can continue to respond. I think in that we have established a much stronger partnership with both of those entities at the state and the federal level that I think that they would be more than willing to engage in a community forum to talk about those perspectives, right? Given that we know our community, we can connect them with our community because they are the ones who can go out and execute on behalf of our community and hear it firsthand. What they've done a great job of to this point is to talk with you and I and other, what I call, priority stakeholders from our NGOs and our NPOs. But they've not really heard from the broader community in a sense to hear from them about how their rulemakings, how their actions or inactions, depending upon how you look at it, are having an effect on who live within that neighborhood. So if we can help bridge that gap, I think there's an opportunity there, but also continuing to remain engaged with them and communicating this desire and even sharing what we're hearing from Suncor about some of the things that they want to do and ultimately coming forward to council and sharing some of that feedback to continue to kind of keep pressing some different perspectives.
Thank you. Can we have a community forum so where they can know what city council, how we deal with land use and not permitting, but where EPA can step in and be like, this is where you can, as not just a CBO or an NGO, but a community member, be able to do something about it too through the EPA. I would like to help host, support, something to that effect. Because I get a lot of, well, isn't that what the city's supposed to do? The city does land use, not permitting. So it's kind of making that distinction, but then why the EPA has to get involved in this space too, I think would help a lot of misinformation for community members.
Yeah, if that's the will of council, obviously we're more than willing to do such. I think what would be appropriate in that is thinking about if that's the direction, what is the city's role, what is the state's role, what is the federal government's role, whether that is the EPA, whether that's HUD, because once again, some have different tendrils that can touch down into issues that we may not have accessibility to or the state, but it kind of serves as that resource expose for our residents to kind of hear where to go, how to go, who the contacts are, what are some of the things that can be addressed and changed. And I think if that's an idea, then it's something that we can start to build a framework around to come back to council to work with, because we will have to engage with those various entities to be able to speak on their own behalf of what they can do. But once again, I think if that's the direction that council would like us to go, then we're more than willing to explore that and to think about partnerships and participation from various parties involved, that being council as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Russo.
And one other comment. So at that May 23rd meeting, I did express our concern, and I think CDPHE or EPA are going to extend an invitation if Suncor wanted to attend that forum, because, it's not, televised and recorded, and it's a little more informal, and it might be a good way to start a dialogue again.
I would like to attend that forum too, if we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Douglas?
Thank you, Dr. Russo. Thank you for all of your hard work and your perseverance. This last legislative session has proved to be very disappointing, in my opinion. That said, keep up the good work. We really need to let the community know about this steering committee meeting. I was at that other meeting 6 months ago with EPA. It's great that we finally actually really have their ear, and they are listening to us and understanding that we have to sacrifice for everyone else's benefit so that everybody else can have cheap gas. In the meantime, we sacrifice our health here in our own community. And that's not right. Especially when I hear 2 billion with a B in 1 quarter. I can't believe that they make that much money and throw pennies at us, basically, compared to what they make. That's not right. And until they are fined substantially, where it actually impacts their bottom line, they're going to continue to do what they do. So keep up the good work and persevere. I know you will. And just know that I, as a citizen of Commerce City, will be by your side working with you. So thank you.
You're welcome. I know CDPHE has sent out over 100 invites, so I think they had the list from that first meeting, but I'll make sure it's on the website as well.
I'm going to make some phone calls.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Russo. I had a question. So on this forced pooling, was that passed?
No, it hasn't. It was in hearing today, and so it
Okay.
hasn't passed. It's still, but it hasn't died in committee, so.
All right, and that's Fenberg, right?
Yep.
Okay. All right, well, thank you for your presentation and all your work you're doing.
You're welcome. Have a good night.
You too. All right. Okay, next up is the consent agenda. Consent agenda includes items that are routine, procedural, informational, self-explanatory, and non-controversial. These items are presented to council for a single motion and vote. Any member of council may ask to remove a specific item off the consent agenda for further discussion in a separate vote. Tonight, there are 9 items in the consent agenda. Any council members wish to remove an item? Seeing none, I need a motion and second to approve the consent agenda as present. Councilmember Dukes?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the consent agenda as recommended.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
I'll second that.
All right. Okay. All right, in a motion and second, we'll invite the city clerk to read the title and take a roll call vote, please.
Minutes of the April 1st, 2024 regular meeting, minutes of the April 15th, 2024 regular meeting, ordinance 2569, and ordinance amending section 2105 of Article 2 of Chapter 11 of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code to add the definition of utility trailer and make related clarifying changes, ordinance 2575, and ordinance amending the 2024 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by the recognition of the Colorado Department of Transportation grant in the amount of $6,000 for click it or ticket and the authorization of the expenditure thereof. Ordinance 2582, an ordinance amending the 2024 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by the recognition of the Colorado Department of Transportation grant in the amount of $200,000 for the East 64th Avenue corridor study and the authorization of the expenditure thereof. Resolution 2024-012, a resolution appointing members to designated boards and commissions of Commerce City. Resolution 2024-041, a resolution approving an intergovernmental agreement between the City of Commerce City and the Adams 14 School District for collaborative transportation services. Resolution 2024-043, a resolution appointing substitute municipal judges to assist the presiding judge. Resolution 2024-045, a resolution authorizing an amendment to the Master Services Agreement contract for citywide custodial services with the Key People LLC through 2025. Your vote is open. Mayor Pro, thank you. That's 7-2.
Okay, that passes 7 with 2 absences. Thank you. Okay, up next, we have a public hearing, resolutions 2024-037, permit for installing a major water line along 96th Avenue. Tonight's public hearing is a permit for the installation of a water line located within E-470 and East 96th Avenue. This item was continued from April 1st, 2024 council meeting. I will remind council of the following: only ask questions and gather facts, but not express opinion or indicate how you will vote. You are not permitted to provide testimony if you wish to participate in the decision. You are to rely only on facts developed in this hearing in the record and apply those facts to the criteria in the Land Development Code. I'll invite the city attorney to address council.
Is there any council member who cannot hear this matter and make a determination fairly and impartially based on the record before you and the facts and evidence as developed at the public hearing? The record will reflect that no member of council has indicated an inability to be fair and impartial. Thank you, Mayor.
All right. We'll now open the public hearing and invite Jared Gerber, Director of Community Development, to make the presentation.
Thank you, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council. I'm here as a poor substitute for one of our planners who put a lot of hours and time into this, but he's at a conference this week, so you get to put up with me. This is a permit for a major extension of a domestic water system. The applicant is Tetra Tech on behalf of Denver Water. Major extensions of domestic water system are under Chapter 22 of the Municipal Code and have been designated as a matter of state interest. This is not actually a conditional use permit, even though the number is a CUP number. This is just to fit under this is the best process we had in our system at the time to put this under. So just to clarify that, it's not a conditional use permit. This is actually what we call a 1041 permit, which is what this is commonly referred to, from a bill in 1974, which was House Bill 1041. So this allows local entities to have some input on major infrastructure that goes through your community. Location of this is within the E-470 and the 96th Avenue rights-of-way. This is installation of a water line for potable water only. The water line length throughout Commerce City is 1.5 miles. The overall water line length is about 6 miles, and the owner and operator will be Denver Water. This is the portion that runs through Commerce City. You can see just along 96 and then down to a pump house for Aurora. This is what it looks like now. And the intent, like I mentioned, is to transport potable water from the Denver International Airport to the Aurora pump station, and that water will then continue through existing lines to serve the South Metro Water Supply Authority. This is just a graphic of the overall line that they're intending to install. Again, this is within Commerce City. This is just the 1.5 miles that we've got within the city. The development review team reviewed this. There are no unresolved concerns or objections to the proposed water line. And they've gone through about 20 approval criteria in Chapter 22 of the Municipal Code and have found that this meets all those approval criteria. This case went to Planning Commission on March 5th, 2024. No public comment was received, and the vote was 5-0 to recommend approval with the following 5 conditions. First condition addresses any change in the route of the water line or any modification requiring raising the water line above grade, and that will require an amendment to this permit. The second condition is that the water line shall transport potable water only. Third condition talks about repairing and replacing any damages done during the installation of the water line. The fourth condition talks about if the water line is ever discontinued, that they've got to alert Public Works and come up with a decommissioning plan and then follow through on that plan. And the fifth condition is that they will be responsible for any and all costs related to a need to relocate this water line based on any future expansion of East 96th Avenue. And then again, like I mentioned, there's 20 criteria here. If you've got questions on any of them, we can go through them. It looks like a lot more than 20 because there's several parts to 5. The applicant is present to speak on behalf of this request and to answer any questions, and I'm also available as well.
Any council members have questions for staff? I had a question.
Yeah.
Just to clarify, the work that's being done has not started, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Sometimes work can be start before anything could happen, so don't want to have any issues. So appreciate that. Any other council members? All right, I will invite the applicant to make a presentation.
You guys hear me? Great.
Yes.
Jared, I'll just say slide when we need to change it. I don't have a clicker. But thank you, council members and mayor, for hearing us today. My name is Dan Phipps with Tetra Tech. We are the design engineer on this project that is a partnership between South Metro Water Supply Authority, Denver Water, Aurora Water, and the South Adams County Water and Sanitation District. Slide. So as we mentioned, this project is a 6-mile pipeline for potable water. 1.5 miles are located in Commerce City. It does deliver water from the Denver International Airport to Aurora Water's Prairie Waters Pump Station. And it includes a small flow control building on Aurora's site, and the rest of the infrastructure will all be underground. The objective is to connect Denver Water System at DIA to the city of Aurora's Prairie Water System on their site. Slide. So this is all part of the WISE partnership, which stands for Water Infrastructure and Supply Efficiency. It's a partnership between Denver Water, Aurora, and 10 South Metro water suppliers. The goal of this partnership is to share water supplies and reduce South Metro's reliance on non-renewable groundwater while expanding Denver and Aurora Water's drought resiliency. This partnership includes resource conservation by utilizing approximately $800 million in existing infrastructure to share this water and $120 million of new infrastructure. Slide. There's some shared goals between Commerce City and the WISE partnership. One of those is proactively managing water resources. WISE's goal to share those resources amongst its users to provide drought-tolerant supplies to the Denver metro area. It also reduces reliance on non-renewable groundwater in the Denver metro area. Another sustainability goal is improved water quality by conveying water from DIA to Aurora's Prairie Waters Pump Station to improve water age around the airport. As you saw, this is the overall pipeline alignment. The alignment within Commerce City is outlined in blue. And we're just going to do a quick overview. So there will be a new flow control building located here on Aurora's Prairie Waters Pump Station site. Next slide. And then from there, head north to cross E-470 through a horizontal boring before entering the 96th Avenue right-of-way. And slide, Jared. During design, we were approached by South Adams County for interest in sharing this boring. So if you can kind of see this picture on the right, that's a detail of the South Adams County Water and Sanitation District pipeline and the Denver Water pipeline, both going through this boring. So this is a shared crossing for the $1.7 million approximate boring that reduces the overall cost for South Adams County Water and Sanitation District and ultimately its users. Establishes critical infrastructure for South Adams County Water and Sand to grow east of E-470 while also encouraging development east of E-470. South Adams County Water and Sand has seen increased interest in developing this area. This infrastructure is part of South Adams County's Water and Sand's master plan. They were hoping to do it. And the shared boring also reduces the environmental impacts by having only one crossing and one construction area, which utilizes less right-of-way for potential future utility needs. This is an overview of South Adams County Water and Sanitation District's facilities in this area. The blue pipeline on the left serves the Aurora Waters, Prairie Waters Pump Station. The board crossing in red will be able to service future development on the east side of the highway. The project has been awarded to JHL Constructors. As we said, they haven't done any work out there, but they have been working in Colorado for the last 36 years as a reputable contractor, and those are the trucks that you would be seeing out there. And overall, the project schedule is planning to work this summer through April of 2025. That is for the entire project, the whole 6 miles, so not all of that will be taking place in Commerce City. But the entire project is planned to be wrapped up by late spring, early summer of next year. So that's the quick summary. Thank you guys for your time. Let me know if you have any questions.
Thank you. Any council members have questions for the applicant? Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Thank you very much. When would you anticipate beginning the project if it were approved?
If it were approved today by the city council, we would have to work with the rest of the city for issuing permits for like grading right of way and the building permit. We have approvals for that, but they've obviously been waiting for this to go through first before they would issue anything. If we got those approved, we would have 1 week's of ground survey for any ground nesting birds, and then we would begin the week after that. So I'd say approximately 2 to 3 weeks.
Does it primarily disrupt E-470?
No, because of the boring under E-470, we won't actually be doing any work on the highway. We'll be working outside of the limits, so we won't have to impede any traffic, and we would just tunnel underneath the actual highway.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other council members? I had a question. How far down are you going?
As far as depth of the pipeline?
Yeah, as far as depth of the pipe, when you go bore, is it like
The
16
boring,
feet?
the boring is about, I want to say 15 to 20 feet below the highway.
Yeah.
And that was just required for avoiding existing infrastructure and also getting, due to the bedrock depth, you want to be drilling in bedrock, so we had to go to that depth
All
to
right.
achieve that.
So the construction that's going on now on E-470, is that part of?
That's a
the other side?
separate project. That's part of E-470's expansion. Obviously, we've been in contact with them, and our contractor actually has a similar work with the contractor that's doing that work for E-470, so they
Okay.
already have an established relationship.
All right.
So they're two separate projects, but we will be coordinating because we'll be working in the same area.
Okay. All right. Appreciate that. Thank you. Okay. All right, ask the city clerk, is anybody registered to testify in this hearing?
Mayor Douglas, we have no virtual or in-person speakers registered to testify on this item.
Okay, thank you. All right. Seeing none and no need to rebuttal, so. You good?
Yes,
You good?
thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. All right, I will now close the public hearing. I need a motion and a second to adopt the resolution 2024-037. Councilmember Ford,
So move.
Councilmember Teeter.
Second the motion.
All right, at first and the second, is there any discussion? Will the clerk please read the title and
Resolution 2024-037, a resolution approving a permit for a major extension of an existing domestic water system, specifically for the installation of a water line approximately 1.5 miles long, generally located within E-470 and East 96th Avenue right-of-way.
Thank you. All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes 7 with 2 excused absences. Okay, thank you. All right, now we're going to go into ordinance on first reading. Ordinance 2577, backyard chickens and bees. I will invite John Beaujolais, Management Analyst, to present this item.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem. And members of the City Council. Here tonight to talk to you about backyard chickens and bees. So tonight we'll start by reviewing background and previous action. It's been a long road to get to this point. Talk about the proposed code updates and regulations for your consideration tonight, and then discuss next steps. So this is not the first time we've discussed this issue. Previous councils in 2016, 2018, and 2020 have requested staff investigate the possibility of having backyard animals. Most recently, in May of 2023, Council directed staff to prepare ballot questions to allow the residents of Commerce City to decide whether or not they would have backyard animals. Those were then brought before council. That ballot language was brought before council in July of last year and approved on the consent agenda to have ballot questions on the keeping of backyard bees, chickens, and ducks. Those then went to the voters in November of last year. Backyard chickens and bees were approved, but the measure for backyard ducks failed. The language for those questions stated that by the end of this year, by the end of 2024, the city shall adopt regulations and ordinances permitting the keeping of backyard chickens and bees. So I'd like to clarify, it is currently not allowed, but with the passage of these regulations, that is what would then allow residents to be able to keep backyard chickens and bees. This is just a very high-level overview of what's before you this evening. So we've prepared code updates to allow for the keeping of chickens and bees. These are updates to Chapter 4, the Animal Code, with an addition of Article 5. These are based on best practices that we've observed from other municipalities and from the industry, from beekeepers and agriculture. I'd also like to note that these regulations would be superseded by any HOA or Metro District regulations. Just because the city says that you can have chickens and bees, if your HOA or if your Metro District does not permit having chickens or bees on your property, you cannot have chickens or bees on your property. And again, this is a very high-level overview of some of the key points that are in these regulations, and we can discuss them in a little bit more detail if anyone has questions. But for chickens, big thing, no roosters are allowed. Chicken coops are allowed without a building permit so long as they meet certain criteria and requirements, such as a size requirement, having to have at least 2 square feet of coop space per chicken, and the coop cannot be larger than 32 square feet in area and no more than 6 feet tall. Additionally, each yard has to have at least 16 square feet of outside enclosure per chicken. This ensures that the density isn't too great, that there's not overcrowding on the property. There's setback requirements for that enclosure and for the chicken coop, and there are no chickens allowed in the front yard. For bees, an important thing to note is that there is no aggressive or Africanized bees. Africanized honeybees are ones that display more defensive behavior, are more likely to swarm and sting. If there's any sort of aggressive behavior in a hive, it must be immediately requeened to ensure that they are less likely to engage in that behavior. There's a maximum of 2 hives allowed per property, which can only be a maximum of 20 cubic feet in volume and no more than 5 feet tall. And they must also have a setback with the flyway, with the opening that allows the bees to enter and exit the hive, faced in such a direction that it deters contact with people, with pets, with other animals. If such a setback is not possible, then the hive has to have a flyway barrier. That's essentially a fence that would be allowed without a building permit that forces the bees, when they're entering and exiting the hive, to have to fly above it so that they are not somewhere where they could come into contact with a person, with a pet, with another animal. Once they exit the hive, they typically then disperse and are less likely to swarm or to come into contact with people in large numbers. But when they're entering and exiting the hive, that's when there's the greatest chance of that happening. Flyway barriers deter that. Talking a little bit about the process, there will be a permit application system. So staff will review every application from a resident who wants to have backyard chickens or backyard bees to make sure that they will comply with all of the regulations. The process and the requirements for the permit are laid out specifically in the regulations, but essentially the applicant has to provide a diagram of their yard showing that they will meet all of the setback requirements and all of the size requirements, as well as other requirements laid out in the regulations. And staff will review those applications and approve them before the applicant can keep bees or chickens on their property. So next steps, assuming that this passes on first reading, it would then go to second reading on May 20th. And after passage on second reading, regulations would go into effect 60 days after passage of the ordinance. And this delay is to give staff time to conduct public outreach and education, to go out to the public and let them know what is and what is not allowed by these regulations, and how they can keep bees or chickens on their property in compliance with these regulations. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Council, have any questions for? All right, Councilmember Dukes.
Thank you for the presentation. Just a couple of questions. One is, you kind of mentioned this around, so the outreach and education. Is a part of outreach education, is it a regulation? How does a neighbor or someone regulate or provide a notice if, for example, they realize there's roosters on property or they have something that's Africanized bees?
Certainly. Thank you for that question, sir. It would be the same as if there's any other nuisance on a property. They would contact code enforcement.
And is there fines already associated with some of these or thought about?
Not specifically with these. Certainly their permit would be pulled. And then based on what code enforcement fines, there would then be potential for fines or other enforcement action.
Thank you. One more question. So with the education and outreach, are you reaching out to HOA and Metro District boards directly to be a part of that?
Yes, sir. We'll be reaching out to HOA and Metro District boards to see what their bylaws currently say, if that's something that they would want to or be willing to update, potentially if they don't currently allow for this, to allow for this, as well as holding sessions with residents so that they can be informed on what they can and can't do.
And then if a resident, like say they get stung by a bee from another resident, is that just a neighbor-to-neighbor discussion, or how does that work?
Yes, so that would be a neighbor-to-neighbor discussion, especially with bees. Once the bee has left the hive, it's a bee.
Okay, yeah. 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 I mean, do you anticipate with other things that have passed in other cities like this, do you anticipate, or have you done research and learned, like, is there a lot of neighbor-to-neighbor issues? Because, like you said, once a bee's out, it's a bee. So if I got stung by another bee and I blame my neighbor, like, is that something that you found in other?
It's not something we've seen. It's not something we specifically looked into in depth, but in our research, it's not something we came across.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Teeter?
I haven't received any complaints from, I have received complaints from my neighbors about roosters in my neighborhood. These are people that are already operating without permits. But that's the only complaint that I've received. That's all I have.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
My question is about open fences. So the Reunion Metro districts, all versions of them, allow open fence that you can see. And I am concerned about chickens in the yard bothering dogs in the yard and causing a lot of ruckus in the neighborhood. If the fence wasn't open, it would seem there wouldn't be an issue. Can we require something like that?
It's something we could require. The enclosures have to be constructed such that even when they're outside the coop, the chickens are still contained. Whether or not it would cause a problem with other animals, with dogs, for example, in a neighboring property, that's not something that we've contemplated with this. That would certainly be something that we could look into, though.
Okay. But we're voting on this tonight.
Attorney? Lee?
Mayor Pro Tem, just to clarify one thing. So because this was a ballot initiative under Charter Section 6.9, we could not amend the ordinance as approved by the voters for a year. However, to your point about regulation of fencing, that is something that could live in rules of regulation. It just couldn't be a provision that is amended by way of the code.
City Manager?
Yes, thank you for that. Question, I think maybe this will also tackle what you're looking for. We also have a land development code requirement for open or split rail requirements. If you're facing along a public or private open space park or trail, which we find a number of our residential properties within Reunion that have that 3.5 foot, 4 foot split rail. So that is a requirement of our land development code. So as John was saying, we established a baseline regulation that then either a HOA can further apply a further restriction or adopt as is part of their CCNRs. So we would have to make a change to address our land development code, which would then address any potential interactions off-site in those type of instances.
Okay, I guess it's just something for us to keep an eye on then to see if it may not become a problem. And the other is that, yes, bees definitely swarm. The hives at Stead School swarm, and they swarm in the homes along Walden, and they'll just all come together and swarm over to a home and then swarm around some more. I'm not sure how exactly it works, but it can be nerve-wracking to anyone who lives near hives. So just, I guess we need to know what to say to people if they have a hive approach them to come in the yard, whether there's anything that can be done or should be done. I'm actually allergic to them, but I think it's a good idea that we allowed bees because we need it for the environment. But I'm not too excited about encountering one, I have to admit, especially the stinging type. Not all of them are. Not all of them are. Thank you.
And Mayor Pro Tem, if I may clarify, my apologies. I was referring to Section 6.9 as a result of an election, and it was clarified to me that that is not the factual scenario here. It was a referendum petition, so you could make changes.
Thank you.
Councilmember Douglas?
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. So these rules do not go into effect until this is possibly passed tonight, and then there has to be a second reading on it. So potentially it looks like almost August before it would go into effect. But I've gotten complaints from people who are seeing chickens in the front yard thinking that this has already been passed and it was okay to have them in the backyard. So what happens when people complain that they're seeing chickens now and they're not legal? So what do they do?
Certainly, ma'am, that would be a matter currently for code enforcement. Again, these regulations pending approval would not go into effect until July 19th. And from that point on, any chickens or bees would have to be approved via permit.
Right, so potentially could they have to get rid of their livestock? No.
Potentially, I would not answer. I will not be answering that question. I will be looking over
Smart
at
move,
the
John.
city manager about the disposition of people's livestock.
And we should probably find that out because I have had people reach out on it, but that was just because they saw chickens in the front yard, not knowing that they weren't even allowed in the backyard yet. So I think once people see this meeting, probably get some more calls. And
Given that, thank you for that question, ma'am, and that was a smooth pass over to me, John.
Good job.
Like any other violation or complaint, it would fall under Chapter 6 under our nuisance code, and we have a public hearing process, particularly when we're talking about private property, and obviously chickens would fall under that classification under private property. So we would have to follow a process that allows for some level of due course, and obviously deliberation by the appropriate bodies, whether that is abatement hearing officer or a civil judge in the matter. So, given as we get through this process, there may or may not be coordination between my office and the city attorney's office as it relates to effective updates to Chapter 6 to address this new addition to our code.
So at this time, they just have to go through the process to find out?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Ford?
Even though this was approved by our voters, can HOAs still stop people from having chickens within the jurisdiction of the HOA?
Yes, sir.
And I kind of figure some of that will probably take place as this thing rolls out. And if this is what the residents of Commerce City voted for and wanted, then I guess we have to give it to them. I mean, I'm not a pro-chicken guy, but at the same time, to each their own. I know we've went through hassles over the years. Hammy the pig got removed and it caused a big problem. So I'm interested to see how this will work out because we've always had chickens in Commerce City and never have been able to get a handle on having them penned up. They were on people's roofs. Mr. Teeter has dealt with the problem for many years. So I'm interested to see how this works out. Hopefully, everybody that supported this will take care of their chickens. That's all I got.
Okay, before I go on, I need a motion and a second to extend the automatic time for adjournment for this meeting to midnight. Councilmember Ford, sorry, Councilmember Teeter?
So move.
Councilmember Ford? All right, I have a first and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. I heard two nays. Okay, all right, got two nays, so it passes 5-2 with 2 excused absences. Okay, all right, Councilmember Dukes, did you have a question? Your name is? No, did you have a question? Your name? No. Okay, thank you. All right, any more questions on the bees and chickens? I had a question, so just so we're clear on this, so our residents understand where we're going. So if we pass this first reading and second reading, becomes law, then the HOAs or metro districts can only strengthen what we have in place. They can't go, because we set the floor, and they can't go below that, correct?
Yes, sir. They can add to but cannot take away from these regulations.
Okay. So they can make have a certain space, but then maybe say only a certain amount of chickens or bees, right?
Yes, sir. They could strengthen these regulations. They could outright prevent residents from having chickens or bees on their property, but they could not loosen the regulations that we pass.
I appreciate that. Yeah, one time we had a swarm of bees that left their hive. We probably had about 40,000 bees in our back patio on the column for about a week. So we had to call animal control, wherever, to come take the bees, and they brought a process out and cleared them out. They were harmless, but still though, I mean, that many bees, and you see that, and I'm allergic to bees, so I stayed away from them. All right. Okay, I appreciate that. So, but the first in this, okay. So I need a motion and a second to introduce ordinance 2584 by council as seated and approve on first reading. Sorry, ordinance 2577, I'm sorry. Councilmember Ford.
I'd like to move the introduction of ordinance 2577, backyard chickens and bees, by council as seated.
Thank you. Councilmember Chacon.
A second.
All right, I have a first and a second. Is there any discussion? Will the city clerk read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2577, an ordinance amending Chapter 4 of the Commerce City Municipal Code by adding a new Article 5 regarding backyard chickens and bees and amending Section 21-5226 of the Land Development Code to allow backyard chickens and bees. Your vote is open. Councilmember Ford?
Okay, that passes 7 with 2 excused absences. All right, on to ordinance 2584, unauthorized urban camping. Do any council members, oh, sorry. So there's no, okay, sorry. I thought it was a presentation. Sorry. Do any council members have questions for staff on the unauthorized urban camping?
I do.
Councilmember Ford.
Yes, I'm the one who requested this to come back, to remove the requirement that the city has to provide shelter. And just reading through the ordinance, I'm trying to figure out, because it still says in here that we passed an ordinance that requires shelter. I just want to make sure that the shelter provision has been removed from this ordinance.
If you look at Exhibit B, Councilman, there's the redlined language, which would be the proposed stricken language. Specifically in Section 123012, subsection C2 and 3.
Okay, I don't have a red line copy in front of me. I just am asking, as long as that's been removed.
Yes.
That's all I care about. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Chacon?
I'm not sure if I could bring it up here, but I feel it relates. I sent an email about sanctioned migrant encampments. I know that there's going to be a couple representatives reaching out just because there is such a large influx of migrants. That's why there's more urban camping as well. Is there a way, or is there, with our OSO properties available, but is there a way that we can work with either local municipalities as well, with our city and those sanctioned spaces to either help provide a sanctuary, wraparound services, something in that aspect? Because I feel that cities are not necessarily all responsibly responding to this issue, and it's kind of, well, not here and then pushing it off again. And I just don't want to be another city contributing to that.
Yes, ma'am. I don't see the proposed red line changes as a prohibitive action to us still working with interested stakeholders that either provide the wraparound services and some encampment living quarters, or working with other municipalities to still find a solution that may benefit the city, but may not necessarily be in the city. So I don't see this as a, like I said, as a prohibitive action.
Thank you. That's my question. Thank you.
Okay. Any other council members? All right. I need a motion and a second to introduce ordinance 2584 by council as seated and approve on first reading. Councilmember Ford.
I'd like to make a motion to introduce ordinance 2584, which is the amendment of our unauthorized urban camping ban. Council is seated.
Okay. Councilmember Teeter.
Second the motion.
All right, I have a first and a second. Any discussion? Okay, will the city clerk read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2584, an ordinance amending Section 12-3012 of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code, section restricting unauthorized urban camping. Your vote is open.
All right, that passes 7 with 2 absences. Okay, next, we have ordinance on second reading, ordinance PUD-A 23-0002, amendment to the Reunion PUD zone document. This ordinance was not approved unanimously and was therefore not placed on the consent agenda. Do any council members have questions for staff? Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
I would like to make a motion to enter into executive session pursuant CRS 24-6-402 4B for the purpose of receiving legal advice from our city attorney on specific legal questions related to this matter before the council.
Okay. Councilmember Chacon.
I'd like to second that motion.
All right, I have a first and a second. Any questions, discussion? Councilmember Teeter?
I was just going to second the motion.
Okay, all right. All right, a first and a second to go into executive session. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Motion passes 7 with 2 excused absences.
And Mayor, we'll have to go back across the hall to 2108 for that executive session.
All right.
I shouldn't have taken my candy bag so soon.
That, we're all back? Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Thank you very much, Mayor. I would like to move to reopen this hearing and schedule the second reading for June 3rd. The 2,000-foot setback from residences was approved unanimously on September 24th on first and second reading. A dispensary on 120th was declined because of the residential setback and never made it to either the Planning Commission or the City Council. It was denied in the city clerk's office. We also have the F rating in the traffic study and need more input from Public Works Department. We learned from the CCPD that there were issues surrounding criminal activity in the South, and I would like the CDC-PD report regarding such issues. Economic Development claimed that the zoning change to include a dispensary would attract retail development. Given the fact that there are 11 or 12 dispensaries in South Commerce City, which is why there's a moratorium, I would like Economic Development to demonstrate how retail has been attracted in the South. However, our most important issue is that because the City Council overturned the Planning Commission veto of this planned unit development amendment, we have too few council members present tonight who voted in the affirmative on the first reading. So, as I say, I move to reopen the hearing and schedule it for June 3rd.
Okay. Councilmember Dukes?
Can you, thank you, Mayor. So,
Is there a second?
Well, no.
Mayor,
Looking for a second.
was there a second?
Councilmember Douglas?
I will second that, please.
Okay, now we can have discussion. Councilmember Dukes?
thank you, Mayor. Mayor Pro Tem, can you describe the rationale, or reason again for opening up the rehearing? I'm not clear on the reason for reopening the hearing.
Yes. Reopening the hearing because of information that we did not receive. There were questions that were asked at the meeting, but they were not included in our package. And we have since learned that, for example, the 2,000-foot setback from residences was approved unanimously by the City Council in September of 2024 on first and second reading.
And can you explain how that doesn't meet one of the criteria? The 2,000 square?
Oh, hang on while I grab my criteria here.
I guess it's my understanding of the criteria is if there's residential near, and this PUD, this revision actually will eliminate residential in
Yes.
that area.
Right. To the maximum extent feasible, this is criteria F. The proposal mitigates any potential significant adverse impacts on adjacent properties or on the general community, which is why we voted unanimously for a 2,000-foot setback in the first place. Also, as I stated, there was information that was missing, which applies to criteria G. sufficient public safety are available to serve the subject property while maintaining sufficient levels of service to existing development, transportation, utilities, services, et cetera. Yeah. So it's primarily F, criteria F.
And there's new information that's different from what the staff provided?
Yes, that the 2,000-foot setback was approved unanimously by the City Council in September 2024 on first and second reading, and that a dispensary was declined on 120th before it ever got to the Planning Commission or the City Council by the City Clerk's office because it was too close. It violated the setback.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any more discussion? Councilmember Ford?
Yeah, I would be in support of continuing the second reading, but to reopen the hearing at a later date. And I know we didn't approve anything September 2024 because that hasn't happened yet.
Oh, I'm sorry, 2023. My apologies.
So I will be voting no and will be amenable to continuing.
Councilmember Dukes?
Yeah, just echoing Councilmember Ford, I am in favor of continuing, but I'll be voting no for opening this up again after 4 hours of original hearing.
Okay, seeing no others. All right, got a first, first and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay.
Nay.
Okay, passes 4-3. Move this to June 3rd.
Mayor, can we take a roll call?
Well, we already,
I know, I'm kidding.
it's 4-3.
I believe under charter, a council member is allowed to request a roll call vote for clarification, Mayor Douglas.
Okay.
Your vote is open.
Okay, passes 4-3 and 2 absences. Thank you. June 3rd. All right, on to the next ordinance on second reading. Ordinance Z-993-24, a rezone of property located at 8050 Rosemary Street. This ordinance was not approved unanimously and was therefore not placed on the consent agenda. Do any council members have questions for staff? Seeing none, I need a motion and a second to approve ordinance Z-993-24 on second and final reading. Councilmember Ford.
Move approval of ordinance Z 993-24, a rezone of the property located at 8050 Rosemary Street. Council is seated.
Councilmember Dukes.
Second.
Okay, I have a first and a second. Any discussion? Councilmember Dukes, discussion? No? Okay. Thank you. All right. Will the city clerk read the title and take a roll call vote, please?
Ordinance Z-993-24, an ordinance amending the zoning ordinance and zoning map of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by rezoning the property generally located at 8050 Rosemary Street from Agricultural District AG to Light Intensity Industrial District I-1. Your vote is open. Oh, wait, excuse me, I'm sorry. All right, now your vote is open.
Thank you. Okay, that passes 6-1 with 2 absences. All right, next is Administrative Council business. Now, I don't have to get a vote. I'm going to be out of town, so is Mayor Pro Tem. This is, I need a motion in a second, but I've talked to the city attorney, and based on this, I can just appoint someone. But I will go ahead and, I need a motion in a second to appoint a council member as acting mayor on May 20th. I don't have to, but I'm going to. Mayor Pro Tem, no?
Are you asking for,
No, we'll take a vote, so,
oh, are you going to give a name?
yes.
All right, good.
Okay.
Mayor, just to clarify, sorry, just to clarify, the language that does require the decision by council interestingly lives in 4.10 of the charter. I'm just seeing it now, which is the mayor pro tem designation, not the mayor designation, which is why we did not see it earlier when we
Okay.
spoke.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah. So there is a requirement.
Right, but I'm appointing a mayor,
Yes, I
not a
know.
mayor pro
The-
tem.
Correct. Yeah, no,
Right.
the language is oddly in that section that says if the mayor pro tem also will be absent, then council shall make a decision as to who will be the acting mayor.
Okay. Councilmember Douglas?
I have a question. Is it possible to cancel that meeting as both the mayor and the mayor pro tem are going to be absent? Just a question.
The decision is council's to be made. We have work to be done, but at the end of the day, you all get to make that call.
And city manager, you will not be here as well. Is that correct?
That is correct. I will have my right hand serving in my capacity.
Thank you. But there is no motion on the floor at this time, so may I make a motion to cancel the meeting?
Well, we still have to appoint someone,
There is no motion on the floor, right?
so, no, there's not. Yeah, discussion. So, I have a question. So if we do council May 20th, I still have to appoint, then I can appoint somebody, correct?
Technically, yes.
Yes, technically you could appoint someone, but if you're not having a meeting, then
Gotcha.
he or she would not be presiding over the non-meeting.
Right.
But they might have to sign something.
But just in case, still have to appoint somebody.
Yes,
And I can appoint somebody.
yes.
Okay, all right. So Councilmember Douglas, you still have the floor.
So I don't understand what's going on. Is there a motion on the floor, or is the protocol that the mayor has to appoint someone first and then a motion is made to approve that person, and then you would have to?
No, that's only if we're going to have a meeting. You could make a motion to cancel the meeting.
Well,
for
that's
May
what I'm
20th.
making. I'm making a motion to cancel.
Okay,
I can't do that now?
you just
Or
did.
can I? Okay, I did it.
I believe you
I
just
need a
did.
second.
You just did. Councilmember Ford?
Are we still in discussion?
No, she's made
That's
a
what
motion.
I've been waiting for. is
Oh,
to have
she made a
discussion.
motion.
All right, well, then I'll wait and have my discussion after her motion.
I made the motion to cancel the meeting on May the
All right.
20th, 2024.
Right, and I asked for a second.
I'll second.
Councilmember
that.
Chacon?
I'll second.
Okay, got a first and a second. Now a discussion. Councilmember Ford?
Yeah. You know, it's my opinion that you have, as the mayor, the right to designate whoever's going to be in charge while you're away, which personally, I don't think you should even want to go to a vote for that. That's your right, and you should appoint somebody. Whether there's a meeting or not, you should appoint somebody in case something was to happen in the city. And if we are as far behind as I believe we are on taking care of city business, I would still want to have the meeting. So I'll vote no on canceling the meeting.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
I have mixed feelings on this, primarily because the Metro District audit will be heard on May 20th, according to your schedule. Is that correct?
No, ma'am.
No?
No.
When is the audit?
That is still to be determined. Right now, we're shooting for June, but we do not have anything formally submitted by our consultants for our review and ultimately to bring back to you all. We are still waiting on that data.
What is on the agenda for May 20th?
Can you be a little bit more clear where you're pointing to, ma'am?
So,
Yeah.
Oh, council admin business?
yeah.
That would be a request from two of your colleagues in giving additional direction to staff, as I understand it.
And is that with regards to the Metro District?
I believe so, but they would be able to provide you better details.
Okay, and I will go back to what we as a city council do as process, and that is when two city council members submit process, they have to do it on the form for Access 3, C3, and then it is sent to all council members when that occurs.
And once we have a confirmation of a date, yes, ma'am. Of a
You don't
future
need
date.
what confirmation of a date? You don't need a confirmation of a date, do you?
Yes, we do, ma'am, because if they choose not to, so policy that you all have as council, 1611, speaks to having a seconder, does not speak to a process. We as staff have outlined a process to collect those requests to be heard on notice council business per the policy. In that, we have been using Access C3, which allows for the submission of a council business item with a seconder, and it also has a proposed date. And in that proposed date, if that date is available or not available, we communicate with the council member prior to setting that out to ensure that that is what they want and want it to be heard. Or in some cases, we have received certain requests, but those requests didn't be removed because the individual no longer wants to move forward with it. So until we have a verification and a confirmation from the parties that are requesting, we don't send it out.
Mr. Rogers, I have so much evidence to the opposite, and I have many emails because I have submitted so many of these. I always do it by the book, and I do it by the form, and those forms were automatic in the past, and they wound out automatically. There wasn't discussion. There wasn't some action being taken care of in the background while people were trying to figure it out. I am more than happy to demonstrate the factuality of what I am saying. Meantime, perhaps one of the two council members would like to share with us what they have planned for Metro districts before I make a decision about whether to continue the meeting on May 20th or not.
So we're at the point where we're just discussing. Okay, Councilmember Dukes.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just point of order, the policy, this was followed as far as putting it in C3. And when you think of the policy, it does say recommended, not required. But this piece here, these are two, myself and Councilmember Madera is thinking through what does it look like when we think about the audit. How do we work together to make sure this isn't a one-time thing? This is something that is an opportunity that is invested across the community for multiple years. So it's not just the audit report this year, but thinking about a structure for next year and the following years. The second one is around just the cost. As we think about taxpayers' dollars and being fiscal responsible, this is just the concept of what is this true costing us as a city to continue to look into alternative methods for metro districts as well as the current dollars that is vested into, say, legal counsel, outside legal counsel, staff time. So that's the conversation that this is about.
Then, Councilmember Dukes, as a council courtesy, since Ward 4 is all metro districts, would you be willing to hold that discussion not on May 20th, but on another date?
Yeah, and I'm the seconder on this one, and Councilmember Madero, I could touch base with them, but I don't think there'll be any issue. I think this is an important conversation as a whole body to talk through structures as well as funding, and so I don't think there'll be an issue, but I can reach out to Councilmember Madero if he's on board as well.
Now, I have to say that when we put this audit out, I made this statement before that we were going to wait to come back, for this to come back from the audit, and I was going to ask, I already had asked that the outcome that we look at doing this from now on going out. So to have this brought up that way, I already stated that earlier, and I also said about the cost, because you, city manager, said that there's going to be additional costs that's going to be related to this, and that you need to make council aware, but you weren't sure how much that cost was going to be. So I already had formed that question, but the answer couldn't come back until the audit was going to come before city council. So this is kind of premature before we get the audit, because I already stated that a couple months ago. So I don't know how this is going to be it's kind of undermining what I brought forward before, both of these issues.
Yeah, Mayor, or can I speak?
Sure.
Thanks for bringing up that point. This is the challenge with having this discussion now, because it's a larger discussion that we had. With the audit and with the motions that was put forth, it wasn't as clear in the sense of what this is intended to do outside of the audit. And even the dollars amounts weren't clear when this was recommended or expanded with Councilmember Kim. What this is about is just looking at how do we create independent commission, meaning that you involve more of the community in moving forward. And we could give more details on it, but that's the high level opportunity. The whole goal is that this isn't, this is thoughtful moving forward in terms of the Metro District and conversations. I guess that's the high level piece of it. We don't have to wait till the audit is done to start thinking about the structure and having conversations of what that could look like, because we're not basing this on the findings of the actual audit. The other part about it is the costs associated with the Metro District audit. This is just a baseline understanding of the work that has been done to date, outside of just the audit, but including the staff time, including the resources. What is the true cost? Just to be responsible with taxpayer dollars. But this is the question at hand is, can we move this discussion from May 20th? I believe Councilman Deere will be okay with that. I could reach out, but it is a discussion that we went through the process of C3 as well as looked at the date. I don't know if there was an understanding that you will be out on May 20th, but now we know, and we can talk through the question at hand is moving this discussion to a future date.
All right, see no more discussions. We'll go ahead and take the vote.
Just to clarify for council, the motion that's on the floor is a motion to cancel the May 20th council meeting.
Okay. City Clerk, you want to take a roll call vote, please?
Your vote is open.
Okay, that passes, it doesn't pass, votes 3-4.
Yes, I just want to say that I voted to hold the meeting because of the business that we do need to have. But I am taking it on faith, Councilmember Dukes, that we will not have that discussion on the evening of May 20th.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Yeah,
Thank you.
Well, I like to make a, since we're in council administrative business, I like to make a motion. Well, if we're going to have that meeting, then I'm going to have to designate a acting mayor. So,
Who do you want?
Councilmember Kim. Mayor Pro Tem?
I nominate Councilmember Craig Kim to be acting mayor.
Councilmember Chacon?
I second that.
Okay. Have first and second, any discussion? Okay, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Okay, motion carries. And based on May 20th, since I won't be there, and are you going to be online, Councilmember?
Pardon me?
Are you going to be online for that meeting?
I don't know.
Okay. So just to make it clear, I would like to make a motion to remove those two items off the administrative business session and have those put on a different date, just to clarify, to make sure that that's not on the agenda.
We will follow whatever direction the council takes on that vote.
Okay, all right.
Mayor, sorry,
That's my
Mayor.
motion, yes.
Could you please clarify what those are for the record?
Sure. The motion to take off the two items, 24-108, Independent Commission to Review and Oversee Metro Districts. And the second one is 24-109, Costs Associated with Metro District Audit, Alternative Funding Methods. That's my motion. Mayor Pro Tem?
Did you make the motion?
Yes.
Okay, I am happy to second the motion. Also regarding an independent commission, I'm glad to see this come back again. I proposed this in my first year on the city council, and sadly it was defeated. But I think many times since then, how much further we'd be along if the city council had agreed to do it 4 years ago. So I hope that we can do something like that.
Any discussion? Councilmember Dukes?
Discussion, so we're moving it to, I guess, a friendly amendment. So if we remove it from May 20th, I would amend and have a friendly amendment to move it to June 3rd. Would you accept that amendment?
No, I would rather wait till it comes back from the audit. Because when I made that motion before, it was to wait until the audit came back. So I would rather do that. Any other discussion? Councilmember Dukes?
But yeah, I would like to nail down a date for this to come back. And I know you said when the audit is finished, however, there's not a clear date when that audit would be finished.
City Manager?
Staff believes we can have the audit to you all in a presentation by the middle of June. We can confirm that when we're able to speak with them tomorrow, but all inclinations are showing or looking towards middle of June, which would be the June, one second. June 10th, no, June 17th, excuse me.
June 17th, okay.
Yep.
Then could we schedule those two items for July 1st.
Yes, and just for your awareness, I more than likely will not be here, but we will have the pertinent staff available on July 1st to conduct that discussion with you all, determine how you want to go forward with it.
Okay, all right. How about July 15th? Will you be here July 15th?
God willing, sir, yes.
Okay, I asked to move it to July 15th then. Okay. All right.
Do you need a motion?
Yes. Well, I already made the motion, so I need to add that to clarify. The date would be for July 15th.
So the motion on the floor is to remove items 24-108 and 24-109. A council member can amend that main motion, clarifying that those two items are heard on July the 15th, if it so chooses.
Yes. Okay,
I accept that.
all right. Councilmember Dukes?
Sorry, I'm confused because that was my amendment. So you amended my amendment?
No,
From- So I had amendment, a friendly amendment, declined a friendly amendment. Correct?
didn't.
Didn't propose another amendment?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, the friendly amendment was declined.
Okay, and then second, okay, thank you. Thanks for clarification.
So I still wanted to hear what you had to bring forward, but
Oh, I do have, so the second amendment, so July 15th, I think is pretty far out. I would still prefer sooner than later, so July 1st. I know City Manager Rogers won't be here, but you do have a capable staff to be able to talk to it. I think being able to walk through some of the details and some of the numbers, I don't think it'll be needed to do it another month out or another 2 weeks out. So I would prefer earlier than later.
thank you. Any other discussion?
I will honestly have to admit, I am a little bit confused now. The initial discussion that you all have been having was to give direction to go off and to conduct due diligence and research. It appears what I'm hearing now is that we're bringing due diligence and research to either July 1st or July 15th. And I just want to make sure I'm getting clear direction there.
No, you said that they could bring this back, the audit back, June 15th.
June
right?
17th, yes, sir.
June 17th. But the two items that Councilmember Dukes wants to bring forward next week, or the 20th of May, will be heard on July 15th.
And that would be to give staff further direction to go off and to do X, Y, or Z.
Right.
Okay, that helps. Thank you.
All right. Are we clear?
Yes, there's not a motion on the floor, however.
No, that was the motion. Yes.
Well, I believe,
You,
I believe Councilman Dukes actually said that he was not amenable to the July 15th date.
no, I made the motion, I made it clear to move to July 15th. The seconder was Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Understood, okay.
She agreed to that.
Understood,
And then there was agreement that he
okay.
allow him to discuss it more.
Carry on, my apologies.
It's all right. All right. We'll take a roll call vote, please.
Your vote is open.
Okay, that passes 6-1 with 2 absences. All right, thank you. Okay. Next, we have donations to Monaco Elementary, and I invite Councilmember Dukes to introduce this item.
Thank you, Mayor. So this is a request for Monaco Elementary to receive funds from City Council in a dollar amount no higher than $400. Monaco Elementary they're doing a GoFundMe camp and gown fundraiser. And over the last couple of weeks, they've been able to decrease the dollar amount that's shown here. And so right now they're sitting around a little less than $400. So this is a request for City Council to provide some support for Monaco Elementary to help their cap and gowns for their students as they continue from preschool to kindergarten. So the motion is, I'd like to make a motion to use council's funds to provide a dollar amount no higher than $400 for Monaco Elementary students with their continuation, support with their continuation.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Ford?
I'd like to set a dollar amount of $400 to that and second the motion.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
I was just going to second.
Okay. All right, have a first and a second. To approve this donation, take a voice vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Motion carries 7-2. With two excused absences. Do any other council members have administrative business items, emergency or unforeseen circumstances? Okay, we'll go to reports. City Manager Rogers, please provide your weekly report.
Yes, sir. I will keep this quick. Couple of items for your awareness. Staff will be presenting a special warranty deed on transferring the high school site to 27J in June for your consideration and action. The special warranty deed is the subject of discussion from the January 22nd study session on developing a joint use approach to the high school site and community park site. You will have additional details in reference to how, where staff's position is at with the design. We're working with the school district on the design and potential amenitization that may benefit the city. Additionally, the city was notified by Dr. Cog that it has chosen to submit 2 grants on behalf of the city to the Federal Highway Administration. The grant projects include replacing all flashing school zone signs and replacing all regulatory traffic signs in the core city. The project would total $2.85 million if awarded. And last but not least, the city is going to be hosting its first Home Resource Expo on May 18th from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. at Eagle Point Recreation Center. This is a free event that will assist residents in all aspects of home maintenance and care by providing resources and learning opportunities with subject matter experts in the field. And that concludes my report.
Thank you. All right, City Attorney Zuzeki,
I will keep it brief. I will be attending the quarterly airport coordinating committee meeting with the mayor this Wednesday. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council members have reports to make? Councilmember Ford?
I just would like to report on the event Chamber of Commerce had at the Volunteers of America, where they invited the city council to be there. And we also fielded questions from the business owners that were there about concerns in the community. I thought it was a great event. There were several of my colleagues there. And I wished everybody could have been there to see the Volunteers of America space and what they have to offer for our community as well as others. And then I would like to report on the Derby and the Derby. I went there as a council member along with Council Member Teeter. It was a nice event. I know it was a fundraiser for the chamber. As a chamber board member, I appreciate everybody that participated and helped the chamber with funds to continue to provide the service that they provide to our businesses. That's it from my report.
Thank you, sir. Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Yes, thank you very much. I attended the Water Commission meeting, which is held with the city and South Adams County Water and Sanitation District. I want us moving forward to have another session on development and also to discuss the issues regarding water availability in Northeast Commerce City and the impact of the situation on development in that area. I also attended the NIOP challenge between the University of Colorado and the University of Denver. The University of Denver won, basically, and it was really a really wonderful experience. And I'd like to say to the University of Denver students that won, there is a reason they did so, and I said this to the young man who led that group, and that is that they were extremely resourceful, and they did lots of homework before they ever walked into the launch, which was held at Dick's Sporting Goods Park. That young man came up to me at the meeting, and he had already been watching city council meetings and had a lot of information that you'd be shocked he had acquired before they even got together to start doing their presentation efforts. So it was really a great experience. I also had the chance to go to the chamber event for Volunteers of America. They do great work, and they support 3,500 people with meals and about 500 in Commerce City. You may have been under the impression that there weren't Meals on Wheels. However, there are. Volunteers of America takes care of that for the area. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you, Mayor. So on Tuesday, I attended the Adams County Commissioners and Mayors Youth Award event, and that was, every year it's great. It's just wonderful to hear how our kids are going above and beyond to overcome obstacles and create their own opportunities. And so that was a really great event to go to, have gone for many years, but continue to enjoy going to that particular event. On Thursday, went to the NIAP event in the morning, then attended the DEN CEEA event that was held in Green Valley Ranch, talking about their programs that they're offering to students. That's the Center for Equity and Excellence in Aviation. So they are still very excited about making sure that Commerce City youth is involved in that endeavor. Then I went to the Adams 14 Foundation fundraiser event where they give out the scholarships. Was only able to stay a short time there, but enjoyed seeing all the students there and the board and the superintendent, and so I was glad that we at least got to stop by there. Went back to the NIOP, but then at the same time, I contacted all of the council members to make sure that the Youth Commission was aware of the fact that they've been invited to join us to march in the parade on Memorial Day. Friday, let me see, I think I rested on Friday. Then Saturday, we went to the 38th Annual Pancake Breakfast. And then in the afternoon, went to watch them unveil the public art at the landing on the Greyhound Dog Park, and that was the unveiling of Rusty. So they honored the rabbit that ran around the track to get the greyhounds to race. So that was really cool, and then really proud to announce the fact that that public art piece was awarded by Westbird, recognized for being the best public art of this year. So I thought that was pretty cool. Put Commerce City on the map once again. So that was my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Dukes.
Thank you, Mayor. So I had the great opportunity to do, after our discussion around the golf club or golf clubhouse, I was able to do a tour of the behind the scenes and look at the kitchen, look at the catering, talk with the team over there, and one, just amazed on what they're able to make happen with the resources they currently have available, but also more motivated than ever to try to get this opportunity for us to renovate the golf club or golf course clubhouse, because this is something that's overdue. I didn't know it was built in 1996, and you can see some of the wear and tear that they just need more support, and I look forward to making decisions on how to move forward with this, especially more after seeing just how they make miracles happen. The crew chef, the lead chef, and the recruitment of folks that actually choose to be there every day, and some of the conditions that are needed that just improve the work environment, which would be helpful for moving forward. So it was a great tour. I thank the team, thank the GM over there, and the opportunity to meet a number of folks and see the behind the scenes action. So thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Teeter, do you have any reports?
I guess I've attended a number of parade meetings. The parades, everything's going fine. We're going to be ready on the 27th for a nice Memorial Day parade.
Thank you. All right. On the 30th, at the Water Commission meeting with the Mayor Pro Tem. And that evening was the ACMCYA County Banquet. And then May 1st, had a meeting with President Lovato and City Manager Rogers and Dr. Luria. Let's see. Had a Dr. Coggs workshops session. On the 2nd, went to the NAIOP Challenge at 11:30 in the morning until about 4, left there to go to the CEEA over in Green Valley Ranch. On the way back down to NAIOP, stopped over to 14ers Fest at the Doubletree Hotel, and then finished the night at the NAIOP downtown. And I want to thank City Manager Rogers for being one of the judges. Was from the experience 10 years ago, this is a lot different. I really going a different route. Hopefully things will pan out. Let's see, and then Friday, I watched on Zoom, I had it right here, the RAC, Regional Air Quality Council. And I had questions about the mow down pollution event. And in years past, Commerce City has hosted 2 of those events to give out vouchers. This time around, they actually gave vouchers out at different hardware stores, Ace Hardware up north and Ace Hardware down south, and some other hardware stores throughout the metro area. It was a $300 voucher, and there was additional 30% taken off at the hardware store. So you can go walk in and get a mower, but you would trade your mower in, you would trade your gas mower in for electric mower. You only pay $30. So it was a really good event. And so you can also purchase equipment, lawn equipment, EV equipment, battery equipment, and they'll take 30% off at the register. Let's see. And Saturday attended the 38th annual pancake breakfast. I got a little turned around on that. That was a really good turnout. Went over to celebrate Rusty. They had a public art display, and I want to thank the Cultural Council for actually putting that on. Joe from Dale West was there. I got to speak to him, and they asked me to speak. And you know, when someone gives you a mic, you can say anything you want. So, but I did praise the fact that Rusty, this was Rusty's day, a mechanical rabbit that never got the opportunity to shine. And Saturday was the day to shine. And there also, there was the Greyhound Club dogs to rescue rescue greyhounds, and there's probably like maybe 40 greyhounds there, from soft-haired to long-haired, which I've never seen greyhounds. So that's my report. Councilmember Douglas?
I just had one more thing. I attended via Zoom the EE&R meeting through the National League of Cities, and that is the Energy, Environment, and Natural Resources. And it was a 2-hour-long meeting. It was very informative, and looking forward to meeting with them in person in the summer.
All right. Councilmember Chacon, did you have any? Okay. All right. Again, I want to thank all the city employees for what you do every day, especially the staff right now. I mean, you guys, we got 13 minutes before midnight, and I really appreciate your patience. Hopefully we'll get things moving here, and we'll have less people here at the meeting. So with that, get a motion to adjourn. Have a good evening.
Mayor Douglas, we still have the ECA GID meeting.
Yes, we sure do.
I'm so sorry.
No, you're exactly right. Let's get ahead of myself. All right. Okay. Call the ECA GID meeting to order. I will now call the meeting to order and ask the secretary to take a roll call vote, please. Call the roll.
Chair Douglas?
Here.
Vice Chair Noble?
Here.
Board Member Madera? Board Member Teeter?
Here.
Board Member Chacon?
Here.
Board Member Kim? Board Member Dukes? Board Member Ford?
Here.
Board Member Douglas?
Here.
Chair Douglas, you have a quorum.
Appreciate that. Need a motion and a second to excuse members not present. Councilmember Chacon?
I make a motion to excuse them.
Okay. Councilmember Ford? All right, motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Motion passes 7 with 2 excuse absences. Okay, approval of the minutes. I need a motion and a second to approve the minutes. Councilmember Dukes?
So moved.
Councilmember Teeter?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the minutes. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. The motion passes 7 with 2 excused absences. All right, ordinance on second reading, ECA GID-015-24, inclusions of 81st Avenue and the Tower Road into the CEA GID. This ordinance was approved at the April 8th meeting by a vote of 7-2. Do any council members have questions for staff? Councilmember Ford.
Ready to make a motion, Mayor.
Okay. Anybody else discussion? Okay, seeing none. All right, Councilmember Ford.
I'd like to move approval of ECA GID 015-24, inclusion of 81st Avenue and Tower Road into the ECA GID. Council is seated on second reading.
Thank you. Councilmember Dukes.
Second.
Okay, I have a first and a second. Any discussions? Councilmember Teeter, any discussion? No? All right. Okay, will the city clerk read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance ECA GID 015-24, an ordinance including portions of certain lands generally known as Quick Trip, generally located at the southwest corner of East 81st Avenue and Tower Road in the E-470 Commercial Area General Improvement District. Your vote is open.
Okay, passes 7 with 2 absences. And it's 11:50. You're adjourned. We're adjourned.